Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing good. Welcome, welcome. It is... Oh god, it's a little bit bright actually. The lighting is a little bit bright. But it's a Tuesday. We're playing more Disco Elysium. I hope you're all doing good. I had a good weekend. I had my brother's birthday where my brother burned my hand, not my hand, burned his hand. Which was not great. But he seems to be doing better now, so that's good. And I mean, we started playing Dredge yesterday, or not yesterday, Saturday, Sunday. God, days are weird. Time is weird. What is time really? Um, but yeah, I played Dredge, was very fun. And yesterday I just did nothing, nothing at all. No, I did do my shopping, but that was basically it. I don't think I did much else at all. I was very lazy. Very, very lazy. But it does mean I am very, very well rested now. So hopefully that means I will be a better detective. Maybe. Probably not. But we'll see. Let's just get back into the game and see how it goes. Capture, there we go. So, I have no idea what to do. That was basically where I ended up. I have a couple of things that I can do. There's some loose ends. Oh, wait. Fine.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with the piss written on the back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan. Fuck the world. You know what? Fair.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Yeah, just theoretical. We weren't actually planning to steal it. Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
Right. I mean, he said snitches, no bitches, but sure.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay, then let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question, don't get into it. No, I really don't.
The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Besmerdne or Besmerti, the Immortals, are West Revasolian crime
The
syndicates.
nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
Non-verbal?
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Right, okay. The lieutenant's voice is calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock. Or you can find them loitering around the brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
Ah, I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Do you know anything about the murders that took place?
Murder?
A man was hanged in the backyard of the Willinger Rags.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Don't fuck around, I have the law.
He was hanged from a tree.
I have the law.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey,
Fine.
stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself. I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind the hostel?
Well, there isn't anymore.
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
It's not. A man is dead and we need answers.
So what do you think we know?
You guys know Cindy the skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
The young man's eyes glaze over, his voice filled with longing.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
He adds, returning from whatever void he was just visiting. For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient towards them. Trinity, hello, good morning. I hope you're doing well. And yes, back to disco. Why aren't there more skulls in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
But you already said
Yeah, we are.
you aren't skulls, though. Are you part of the skulls or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet.
Okay, not
Once we get our
franchise
name out there,
skulls.
we'll have a chance to join them.
Right. I feel like you can't just be... You can't just say you're part of a gang and then be like, oh yeah, we're not fully part of the gang, but really, we're part of the gang, kind of. They just don't know it yet. How long is this game? I don't know. I don't know. I have been playing it for a bit, but I'm also getting confused, and there's a lot of talking. That's the main thing. That there's just a lot of talking involved. And I am kind of taking my time, I guess, with it as well. I'm not like rushing from story beat to story beat. I am basically exploring everything, as far as I'm aware. I might be missing stuff. What makes you think the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
Right. Are you sure a skull would say that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say. But we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls brand in any way. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
Right. Why does a criminal gang need marketing?
We think of it more like two franchises merging. You know, us two and the Skulls. I really feel like we would add more to the table. Spice things up here in Martinez, you know. Get the old machine of pain and suffering oiled up real good.
Okay, I get what the skulls do, but what do you franchise in youth unemployment?
Whatever, man. Work is for pussies. You wouldn't get it anyway.
Right. Oh god. Quick Google search tells me that if you're taking your time and search for all the stories, it's close to 50 hours of gameplay. That sounds about right. I've played it now for 23. It actually sounds like there's still quite a bit. So you're just pretending to be as nasty and vicious as the skulls?
Hey, we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Right.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
Yep, very metal. These kids have the vocabulary but might be missing a brain. Wouldn't a grave on top of a grave be just a big hole? What's hard about holes? True. Enough of this skullduggery then. What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket or are they derived from something else entirely.
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though...
What? Okay, blow it up.
You get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone.
Right. So you don't just want to fuck one person, you want to fuck the entire world. I get it, okay. That's some goals you've got there, sir.
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
I don't think that's a good idea. In a weird way, he's got a point. I don't think he does, Rhetoric. I don't think he does. Ah, forget about it. It's fine. They don't have much to say. They don't know anything. I'm going to talk to this racist trucker guy again.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck
God.
off again?
When can I do this again?
No.
Let me see. How do I know how long it will take for this to come back? Because it's locked right now, but it will come back later. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good. My voice is a bit rough right now, but other than that, I'm good. I got some good rest yesterday. I basically did nothing the entire day except for shopping. So I at least had food. But besides that, I just sat at home and chilled, I guess.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man.
I've
What's on
changed my
your mind?
mind about the friends.
What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me give her up, detective. Get someone else. There's a ton of drivers here.
Oh, God. I don't want to force it. I mean, he says there's a ton of drivers. There's 4. So there's 3 other ones. 2 of which know nothing. And only the one, the racist guy, who actually knows something, but doesn't want to say. This one I can force without having to do the check. I might have to, because this is very important. It's basically what I'm stuck on right now. Because if I solve this, I solve the gem mystery, and then I can get Joyce's info about the lynching, and then probably from that I can do some other stuff. I think I'm gonna have to do this. I'm sorry, Tommy.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
I'm sorry, Tommy. She's a suspect and I need to tell me where she is. I need you to tell me where she is or I can't finish the investigation. Something breaks in him as he stares into your eyes. Where is the lady driver?
Here.
He takes a key ring from his pocket and looks at it before giving it to you in silence. The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
I'm sorry I had to do this.
I bet you are.
No. I feel bad, but I have to do it.
Thank you for your cooperation.
You don't really think so.
Oh.
I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be in the RCM. Take care, sir.
Oh, I feel bad. I didn't want to do that. I would have liked to get it from the other guy, but he didn't. Like, I had already failed to check once, and I couldn't retry it until later, so... I could have done some other stuff, but I didn't know what else to do, so... Guess pissing off Tommy is the way it is. I guess we're picking your poison with these characters? Yeah, it's that type of game where you have to kind of always make a choice. There's always a way to progress, even if it's not the way you want. Yeah. This green fawn AZ contemporary is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
Try to peek in the window. The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and two steering levers. Isn't that just life though? Kind of, yes. Goblin, congrats on being first. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Posters cover the small windows in the back. You can't make out what's on them. Unlock the door. You push the key into the lock and turn. Makes a cracking sound and the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just open it. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the left lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be. Oh, congrats on the 5-stream streak, Goblin. And squirrely arms to you as well. Admire the posters. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films. From the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. The centerfold of an ingenue? Sure. Attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy with a hint of ambrette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. What is the smell? The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume, probably Granette number 5. Study the centerfold. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of the shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. This is Tippet Chijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography. Less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death. What happened? She wasted away in a drug den called The Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street. A mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera too. Oof. That's rough. Enough. Examine the radio. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
It has to be an advanced model to fit so many frequencies next to each other without blending them too much. Oh, together. Why would anyone need so many?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now. Is there anything we can do with it?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else is there? Check the pedals. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like a few tools lying around here. A hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench. They've been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip. So that, okay. One shoe, one footprint at the scene of the crime was smooth. Like what would happen if you constantly rub it against sandpaper. Probably. Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The sandpaper would also rub off the pattern from the driver's sole's right boot.
Yes?
One of the footprints had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
Yep. The missing 8th Hardy here.
Looks like her, yes.
And she's also the one running the drug trade. What a handful.
Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
I mean, probably. Zelda, hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Thank you for the hydrate. I am too. I've rested a lot last couple of days, so that's good. I had a very lazy day yesterday. And we're playing this game again, which I really like, so... This would fit what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
No, not quite. Peel off the cover on the passenger seat. Voila, a stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
The lieutenant commends you as you shift through the treasure, well worn and folded into neat squares. Ooh, not the best stats there, Zelda. Fold open the topmost map. This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. Looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock. And this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high above the massive brown and red roofs that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield. Where does the road lead? To Coron, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road. Where is the disco? Disco's dead, sadly. We're trying to bring it back, but yeah. Fold open the second map. This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox. It's not a great name for a hospital. Right adjacent to the 41st precinct. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own. What's that sound? The rattle of motor carriage and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels, lit by gas lights. Third map. The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain, and a traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway. Looks like the smugglers have infiltrated the road network belonging to the East Motor Tract. The smugglers have infiltrated the motor tract.
So it would seem. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where does the contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it.
Besmerti? Sounds vaguely familiar.
The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes, but really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody.
Who do you think is behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Return the stack of papers under the
Best
seat.
not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before. Okay, pull out the pull-out toolbox. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty except for a folded newspaper. Unfold it. It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. Pick it up. Looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
Push it in. And close the door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Right.
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find. What about the movie posters?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
No? Okay. A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin. I don't think that's actually... maybe the trader's some sort of cinephile.
Yes, well,
He doesn't say anymore, okay. So it turns out this is connected to the Union.
like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Meaning someone as slippery as Everard won't be caught by a couple of cops and some stuff they found in some cabin. Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay, debrief over?
Debrief over. After you.
Nice. Okay. We're making progress. Sort of. I'm sorry, Tommy.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
You're not a bad person, Tommy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to give the keys back, but I guess he won't take them now. There, do you smell that? Smell what? Can you detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness, that sense that the world is in need of a dramatic, even violent reordering? Are you saying there's a communist nearby? Without a doubt. Your political olfactory cortex doesn't deceive you. The smell is coming from the balcony over there. You mean Cindy? Satama. A precocious communist youth, a symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Oh yeah, communism rises. Oh my god. So communists have a specific smell profile? Apparently. Is it the smell of hope and optimism? No, I think they said it was more like that they don't shower and stuff like that. I think that's what the game said. That you could smell them from a mile away because they don't take care of themselves or something. I don't remember exactly. But actually, does it say where? Do we have a thing for like starting communism? Don't think that's an active thing. But it is basically this one. Mazovian socioeconomics. So this is why we're communist, apparently. Well, this one is still going. I still need 14 hours on this. That's crazy. Oh, I was thinking I need to get rid of this. I don't want advanced race theory anymore. Instead, we'll get... I don't know. We could get empathy towards Kim. What's the 15th Indo tribe? I could get finger pistols. That could be fun. White morning. You know what? I do white morning. The two guys sent their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
They seem to hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
Here looks like chocolate. Can I eat it? I don't think so. No, you can't. I mean, it certainly wouldn't taste good. Doesn't taste like chocolate. I would know. I've had many hairs in my food in my life. They get everywhere. Once had a social science teacher explain liberal and conservative views in a very simple way. Liberals believe that people are inherently bad and need systems to help them maintain their day-to-day. Conservatives believe that people are inherently good and will manage themselves without oversight most of the time. I don't know about that, though. I don't think that's entirely true. It's overly simplistic. Well, yes, but also I don't think all conservatives think people are inherently good, nor do all liberals think people are inherently bad. Like, I would consider myself more liberal, and I definitely think people are good, generally speaking. It's just that a lot of people in power are not necessarily good. And if people in power are not good, that is a problem. And in fact, it's kind of a problem that people can get that much power anyway, but that's beside the point. That's kind of the problem with like having, well, both capitalism and like a system where people get voted in power to run like entire countries and stuff. Find your view interesting because you're incredibly liberal, yet you work under the assumption that most people are pretty awful. Yeah, I don't think people are inherently awful. Even the people who are doing bad things, I don't necessarily consider them like bad people. Usually they've been through stuff that made them that way. And a lot of them can also be rehabilitated and, like, I don't want to say fixed. That sounds bad, but more like they can like be part of society again later if they like work on their issues. You believe Dumbledore said it best. It's not our abilities that make us who we are, it's our choices. True. True. Like, people aren't inherently one thing or the other. You can always choose to be different. And then that just is for... I mean, there's limitations, of course, but for most things, that just works. Like, you can become... You can't say, like, oh, I'm just bad at art, for example. You can always improve at art. You can't just be bad at something forever. You have the capacity to improve. You don't need to stick with a certain opinion just because you don't think you can change, you know? I believe everyone has the capacity to be good or bad. Most people are some amount of both. Yeah. I think it's a balance that everyone deals with. I'm not sure J.K. Rowling is a good person. I mean, she's also basically misguided in a lot of what she does. I don't think she necessarily means bad. Like, with that's the whole thing. Most people don't see themselves as the bad person. Like, otherwise, why would they make like that decision? It's a difficult thing because they do bad things, and yes, that makes them a bad person, but that doesn't mean they can't then redeem themselves eventually. I feel like she has kind of dug a big hole for herself, but there's still a lot of people that just love Harry Potter as a franchise, and that's not going to change. So, like, she's fine, I guess. Like, she'll do fine. She just has no idea about what she's actually saying a lot of the time, I feel. How hurtful she's actually being. But whatever. That's not a conversation I want to have on stream anyway. Like, I don't like her as a person, but that doesn't mean I think she's a bad person. Because, as I said, I don't think there's such a thing necessarily. I mean, there are. There's some that are just mentally deranged. That just... You can't really talk any of their stuff away, but usually those have had problems in the past as well. Like, there's a cause, always, or almost always. There's just some that are, I don't know, something wrong with them. In general, if you look at most people in most places, they aren't on journeys of self-improvement and awareness. They simply are existing and making bad choices. Yeah, and that's in part, I think, because of how society's taught them. if you're taught with the idea of, oh, try to improve yourself and try to be a good person, then generally you will try to be that. Sure, that doesn't work for everyone, but a lot of the time society right now is just too focused on results rather than doing good. You know? Like the rich people right now, the people who have it really good, those aren't usually good people because otherwise they wouldn't be rich. Then, like, to become rich, you have to make bad choices at some point. Otherwise, your money would just not accumulate like that. You would be giving it away or like helping people with it. um, but yeah, let me just sorry, tangent over. I think we're good. Like, that's my viewpoint. You got it. I think. Uh, let's just get back to the game. Fat chance, but you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood. How's that? She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Okay. She's making a valiant effort to come off as a nihilist, but she's really just an angry little commie. No wonder she was talking about the streets glowing red. That's what happened during the revolution. Tell me, what's it like being a skull and a communist?
You got me, pig shit. I don't make for a very good skull. I like animals too much. Simians and pigs.
Pigs.
But I'm still gonna write some damn good graffiti-o on this wall.
Her voice sounds different when she speaks this candidly. Older somehow. Hey sister, let's talk politics for a minute.
And what do you know about politics?
I'm looking for comrades to help me fire up the Great Mazovian sausage grinder. I don't want to do the sausage grinder thing. The like whole eat the rich or down with the rich, murder them whole thing, then bit much. I know deep down that you bleed white, you're a communist, Cindy, admit it.
Well, well. Sounds like quite the snout you've got there.
Your olfactory department wants you to know that it accepts no responsibility for wherever this line of interrogation leads you.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk the ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban.
Who is Steban?
A right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Where to find him?
I might.
Will you tell me?
No.
What? The lieutenant lets us slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable. Come on, Cindy, from one communist to another, help me out.
Oh, fine. I'll help. But first, I want something from you.
Okay, what's that? A wicked grin extends across her face.
Oink for me, piggy.
Oh no.
Just once.
Oh no, I don't... Oh, that's... Damn it, Cindy. Come on, there's no way to treat your revolutionary brother.
Wrong! This is exactly how I treat my little brother.
You're way smaller than me. Okay, but, fine. not oinking. No, I will reluctantly oink. It's fine. Oink oink.
There, that wasn't so bad, was it?
The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed. I can imagine.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Staban. It's touching, sort of. Staban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight.
Oh, wow.
Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
What else can you tell me about the Staban?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing.
What do you mean?
The rest, you'll have to see for
I am a
yourself.
real communist, I think. That's very helpful. Thank you, Cindy.
Hold on. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?
I was hoping.
See, Staban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
But you're not going to tell me, are you?
Why would I? That would be so boring. Now, let's see if you're half as dedicated a communist as you say you are. That's enough. Off with you then.
Okay, fine. Okay, wait, how do I... So, past 10 p.m. We have quite a lot of time. It's 11 a.m. or 9 a.m. right now. Why did it say 11? Is it in here? Salute the
Whoever
statue.
lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
He leans closer to inspect the photos of revolutionaries on the wall.
There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Kim, you have to admit, this Krasmazov bears a striking resemblance to me.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov?
I'm not saying that I am Krasmazov, I'm just saying we look alike.
Sure you are.
Just humor me for a moment, don't you see the resemblance?
Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
Wow, okay, rude. Yeah, I have a problem.
You do, but that's not the point. The point is, he doesn't look like you.
Maybe this boss shows him before he started drinking.
Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
I can't tell, I can't see my face.
Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Look at his eyes. Wasn't his mother a Samaran immigrant?
Yeah, you're right. That's something we definitely don't have in common.
Good, so you're not him.
I might not look like him, but I know in my heart, Krasmazov, that's me.
Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway?
Oh god. Because I'm a communard.
Alright, Kras. You fought in the revolution and everything, if you say so.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Krasmazov in their
The
bedroom?
White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Okay, wait, so what did we just get? The suicide. There's something you can't get out of your head. Krasmazov, the father of scientific communism, the premier of the Communist Party of Shest in Grad, during the anti-centennial revolution, head of the 11-day government, sideburn toting bearded figurehead of the movement, shot himself in the mouth and died. One day in his cabinet, as things were collapsing around him, just gave up. That's not good propaganda, is it? Being a communist, shoot yourself in the mouth. Something about this irks you. That, yeah, that's not a great slogan, is it? Okay, well. Wait, there's more in there. Kuno's dad is still sleeping. Interesting. Okay, is there anything else in here that I can interact with other than the statue? Than the bust? No.
Yes?
I don't know. I have no idea what the passphrase would be. Okay, well, let's talk to Joyce. I'm sure she has something interesting to say to me.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lorryman.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
We have discovered enough to conclude for now.
Yes. And will you start an official investigation?
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Yeah, that would be quite bad. How are the lynching and strike connected?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Right. Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oronese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
Right. Lovely.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
Right, what then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Executions does not sound good.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
I have to say this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Ceres giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees in a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours. Great encyclopedia, thank you for the information. I didn't need to know that.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzleloaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Crenell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Anything else?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She's pressing them as hard as she can. You said the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on them?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the Colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
Yeah, the problem is that we've heard this story before as well, and every time they don't want to say who it was. No one actually says who the woman was. And that's kind of suspicious. Like, I get that maybe it's a protective thing, but... this Colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
Can't remember.
There's a pang of regret to her voice. The lieutenant was testing her, asking small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She paused.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Thank you for the follow, Fox Captain Fire. Welcome.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining two?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Okay, yep, this is very, very high chances. Nice. One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. Yep, that makes sense. The one chanting the idiotic slogans, he's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in the building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I
She's-
still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
She's poised and unperturbed.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
Yep. One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
She nods towards the sloop's cabin. Okay.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
It's a matter of days. not weeks.
Right, that's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Can you tell me about these tattoos now? Oh, of course. Excuse my hesitation before. She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand. For about half a minute, in silence. She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet, observe the woman's expression. Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo surface. What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky.
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago. The sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He
She points
started
to it in the
somewhere near
photo.
here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Semines Islands saw recent conflict. In Revachol he was executed. Maybe it's a record of his military career.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood splatter on the seas. What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere. I need the information.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
I want to try. That's all for the tattoos.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nope, we're done. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. Where's it coming from? From a distant sunset? A stage light? Flash photography? Nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit. Am I a superstar? Yeah, actually now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together now. No, yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick, Coptic Mullen, Salam, Rocky Bye, badass, on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights. Wait, what was that about ludicrous fantasy world? Yeah, you know, beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, athereo atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvented as the world's first celebrity police officer. No, I'm too downbeat. I won't say those things anymore. Yeah, I'm not a superstar cop. I wish I was, but no. We're not superstar. We're 22 communists. Oh my god. We're such a communist. The other one is good cop, bad cop. With 27. I don't actually know what that one means though. I actually want to get rid of this. I think. No, Wait, how big is... I think it should be fine if I unlearn volumetric shit compressor. And then we get the suicide of Crossbosov. This is fine. Okay. What next? Do I go ask the guy? I guess I will. This is not going to end well. There it is again. There's a spectral smell haunting this industrial harbor. It smells like heavy fuel oil, mostly because it's an industrial harbor. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First comes the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bakelite lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap, and then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Everything in order, detective?
I'm smelling for communists, Kim.
You're smelling for... You know what? I'll just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
It's very important, Kim, okay? I'm smelling for communists. It's very important. The lieutenant lacks your highly developed political olfactory cortex. The reek of communism is undeniable and it's coming from that railing right there. You mean from Manana? Yes. Okay, nice. I mean, not surprised, to be honest. Okay, let's talk to this guy.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line. I don't know, I'm just an honest scab. That didn't sound very convincing.
Fucking loincloth.
He stares you down mutely for a second. Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not press the issue further, sire. He seems tense. Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking bug.
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open. You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio cracking somewhere, an earpiece. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
It was on your Colonel. Wordlessly, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. Hard as stone, but beneath it.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the tattoos mean?
What it means.
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach. In what must have been Samanine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes?
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benital is one of the inhabited islands of the Samanese archipelago near the Pale, covered in jungle. It was the anchor point for the Samanese nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
He licks his lips as if drunk suddenly. With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off. Oh, If this game is telling me it might get really graphic, I don't know if I should. Because they've been really graphic before. Am I okay with it? Okay, let's do it. Let's hear it.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
A long, long way from writer work. His gaze pierces through the paper. Close your eyes. I mean, it's only voiced. It's not gonna, like, show anything as far as I'm aware. It's just descriptive.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding.
Okay, I'm sure.
We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice.
Oh god,
A little
okay.
fat, you know.
Okay, never mind.
Not
Okay, you know,
too
I don't think I want to hear anything else about that. I think I know enough.
What's the matter, militiaman? No stomach for it?
I
This
mean,
man was worth 1,000 loincloths. We're done talking here.
I don't want to hear you talk about some girl that you probably assaulted.
I think we should maybe even get going now.
Yeah, let's not.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Listen, brother, there's something important I need to talk to you about.
What's that, boy? Yeah?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in. It involves our mutual friend Crass. Put your hands next to your head and curl your fingers like deer antlers.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
I'm investigating a peculiar smell, one with revolutionary implications.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting
Oh my
out for a
god,
while.
Manana, please. Okay, maybe it's time to abandon this subtle approach. What I'm trying to say is, I'm looking for communists. Do you know any?
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things.
things, especially when politics are at issue.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
I'm not hunting communists, I'm trying to get organized by them.
Oh, I see. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
Are you sure you smell like a communist?
Didn't realize you could smell communism. But then, I've never studied the subject.
Maybe it's not taught in any of your so-called universities, but there's definitely something going on here.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
Did he say his name was Esteban by chance?
Didn't say anything about his name. Wasn't this sort of encounter where names matter?
What's an ideologo?
You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
Right. How did you meet him?
It was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
What does that mean?
No idea. I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell. A very old school organizing technique. The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution.
What did you tell him?
The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone.
How do I find this guy?
I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais."
Okay.
And then he was gone.
Who are Dobrava and Abadanais?
I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
What do you think it means?
Been wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk with me. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows this ideologo personally.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but it might have something to do with that passphrase Cindy mentioned earlier.
I was totally about to say that.
Of course you were, detective.
I was
Apologies
actually
for
thinking that.
interrupting.
Just in time. The faithful partner arrives with the key that turns the lock. You two make a good pair. I salute you, boyas, and wish you good fortune on this grand ideological quest.
Thank you, Manana. Okay, so we can attend Steban's meeting after 10. So... Okay, well, let's keep going. I think we go back to the Whirling in Rags and talk to the Hardy Boys. Because we have a bunch more information now.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
The thought forms in your head like lightning strike branching in the sky. Alright, there's no local drug trade except you.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a
Oh my
monopoly.
god.
For the good of the community, of course.
Right, for the good of the community, sure. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Well, shit, that's Kuno.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
I've been around town long enough to know it's definitely not paradise.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite
Rude.
yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
The 8's Hardy, the one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off.
He takes a step closer.
Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
The woman sighs.
I know. Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints.
Oh my god. Despite everything, the little man is quick on his feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Oh my god. Do I have any authority stuff? Thought I did. Let me check again. I need more authority. That's -2. I know that I have minus authority. I don't think I have plus authority. Annoyingly. Nope. Not at all. I'm not even wearing minus authority, so...
It's you again. What is it?
Okay, do I try to... I need to roll double 6s to do this. I can level up my authority once. Oh, it's because... Wait, one of my thoughts is giving me... Oh, this one is minus authority. Oh, and this one is minus authority. Let's establish authority. Nope. Oh, double 5s was actually very close. Okay, I'm only getting total garbage here. Please help.
You know what? You guys must be the cops. Because this is what cops do, right? Live in a bar, sit on their fat asses like they own the place, while the neighborhood goes to shit. Corpses hang from trees. Kids shoot up.
Hey, we don't have to fucking take this shit.
Glenn.
Everyone shut up!
Ooh. Titus's loud baritone echoes from back from the mess hall walls, and the entire cafeteria falls silent.
Fuck you, man. You didn't see the place before we got here. Fucking graffito everywhere.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
Oh my god.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
He picks the beer back up. Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick. It's not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
He looks at her. She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
He taps his chin with his fist.
What is her name?
The lieutenant takes out his notes.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags.
There we go.
Real pretty one. Silvery
I've
jumpsuit,
talked to her before.
That's I'm on due with an O-U.
Shit, the girl upstairs. That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop. Miss Vanya disco dancer?
Sure, why not? You've probably seen her around.
Said you don't remember being a cop, said you don't remember reality, talked about your room and crying. We have a decent composure, there's a chance. Shit. You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brows. Titus looks at you
I
oddly.
don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Oh, you're so awkward. Calm, normal. Try to forget this little hiccup. So... What was the relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship.
Okay,
It
fine.
was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
I think I know her.
You don't know her.
You're right, I don't.
Good boy.
Okay, God. We're so bad at this. What is your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and an uncommon silence fills the room.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten. So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. You said you partied. Cool, that's cool, but what did you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Drugs?
Yeah, we did them. What's that to you?
So you're saying the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's
Right.
all.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after.
He really went out of his way to seem uncomfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here, a commendable performance of I don't give a shit. Thank you, we'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Right. I talked to Joyce, the murk you hanged, his friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
They're snickering in the room, some of the men put their beers down. Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Right. I mean, Titus, I get that you're cool and all, but these military people have, well, military grade gear. They have like very, very expensive military equipment and automatic weapons. I don't think you're standing a chance here. Nor would you want to fight them. Not just for your own safety, but those around you.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
And do you know that a single race giant hornet can kill 40 bees a minute?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
You're the bees, they're the hornet.
We're not bees. We're men. We're socialists.
Ease.
We're not bees.
He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do? Scare my men?
The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ester 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
That was an unsure phrasing. See what? That they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
He takes a sip of beer to bide his time, then tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Miss Cornell is bad news, you know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or a barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Jerry said they've gone rogue, nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean... Okay, I'll be on your side when they come.
Yeah? Just try not to get in the way when the whoop-ass flies open.
I think he meant a can of whoop-ass. Probably. Okay. So we know Klosh is involved. Did we talk to her?
I've got nothing to say.
Nope. Kim?
Officer, what was that?
You mean the sweating and fidgeting when he mentioned her name?
Yes.
And the sort of quivering jello thing with the eye?
Yes.
It's an art thing, you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
I think I know that woman.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing, right? I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
She knows I did some pretty crazy stuff before I passed out, that I partied hard and not very mental healthily.
So she overheard you? Or did you party together?
She overheard me listening to music and doing weird things from her room. I'm the next one next to it.
Anything else?
I asked her where we are, what city this is, maybe even what year, something like that.
That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else?
Right, nothing else.
We'll be alright, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright. Nice. Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride. Yeah, but it's fine, I think.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Okay. Let's go see her. Knock, knock. Wait. Oh, it's this one, right? Knock. Who is it? woman's voice answered, muffled by the door. Tired, controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door's open, she shouts. I'm drying my hair. She sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up. Snoop around. We do love snooping around. Pile of dirty clothes. Hotel bill calculations. Oh. She's made around 4 months of payments for this room. Ooh, that's a lot. See the yard below, there's no corpse there. The medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills have hazardly stacked one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush. Look at that toothbrush. It's been used quite a lot. But not for scrubbing blood off tiles or anything else interesting. It's clean of chemical odors too, just some dried toothpaste. Yeah, okay. Look at the medication. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet, and pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, IPAP, eye drops, blood thinners. Quite the collection.
Anything of note?
Search the bottles. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoparidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads Nacra. Nacra, this is used to treat opioid overdoses. Opioid antagonist.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
The lieutenant nods and looks at the door. You could say he's on the lookout. Search the pill sheets. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Goldweldian marked red blister packs, you find... What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how. I'll try. Damn it. I should have put on my electrochemistry clothes. If I had, I would have succeeded. That is a shame. Oh, nice place. The bed has been hastily made. Window. The window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Run your finger across the surface. Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges, but the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface. This window was recently replaced.
Looks like it, yes.
Curious. Outside. The smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Ugh. Gross. This is a small, heavy door. There's no lock in sight. Where does this lead to?
I don't know, Lieutenant Yefreiter.
He makes a note.
It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. Tap on the roof. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
So maybe the door below is a mega investigation.
No, still a mini investigation.
Push. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy too, very sturdy. Must be something valuable inside to go through the trouble of protecting it. The door is very sturdy indeed. Let's not try to break the door yet. Do we have physical instrument +1? threshold. That's -2. Okay, well we got a +1. That's it. So that wouldn't exactly be enough. And I can't actually boost it anymore as well. Okay, well, let's look here. Cold coffee in an ashtray. That looks like a hedgehog. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. Move your hand fast. Gotta go fast. Oh my god, I failed. How did I fail? How did I fail? Can I reload that? Let's reload that. I should not have failed that one. Cheating, yes. But that's kind of what I do sometimes if it's RNG like that. It's not even an important check as well. At least I don't think. But yeah, 72%. I should not fail that. There we go. I only rolled one higher, and that's enough. Lay, hello. I hope you're doing well. Dried maybells. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a maybell. The young woman looks at the maybell in your hand, just a glance, and takes a drag of her cigarette. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod. Snap your finger pistols at him. Your 9mm semi-automatic finger pistols produce a satisfying snap. Strange for such a low-caliber finger gun to sound so chunky. The flower in your hand is impressed, so is Kim. That's not entirely true. The lieutenant is looking at the door to the east and mostly misses them. Fair.
I don't know. It is not I don't know.
Tap on the roof.
The vigilantes?
Maybe the door is a mega investigation. Oh shit, I didn't mean to. Oh god. Hi Aura. Repeat. Yeah. You kick it gung-ho style, entering the premises style, but the door fails to respect the force. Oh, Holly! Oh, have a good lurk, Zelda. Enjoy the rest of your day. How was Super Autopets? Chimerity, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a little shout out. We just kicked the door. I didn't intend to kick it. I was clicking through the dialogue too quickly. And then we kicked the door, but we failed to open it. So now we're sad. Oh, why did I... Sorry, or I don't know. I don't even know why I did that. I don't actually know why I typed shout out. You've already done it. You did it. I saw you did it. And then I still did it. I don't... What's wrong with me? Darius, hello. Yeah, welcome everyone. I hope you had a good time with Super Autopets. I'm sure you did. It's a very fun game. The door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
Let's trash the place.
Okay.
Let's not.
Oh, we hurt ourselves. Damn it. Kim, I hurt my foot. Kim.
Yes?
Kim, I hurt my foot. Can you help? I guess not. Finally, we'll talk to her.
Welcome to the roof.
Welcome to the roof. The young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Her hair is still slick from the shower.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you've got.
It's much nicer now.
Her eyes wandering north towards the yard, where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
They also say that's
Disco
why the cleaning
Infernum.
lady quit. Because of the infernum.
Right, okay, so the cleaning lady quit because of me? Great.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yes, she does not have a good idea of who we... I mean, she does have a good idea of who we are. That's kind of the problem. We were a bit too eager to share things. The chorus of the 35 single megaphoning the entire human race instills you with the fuck it all swagger that prompts one to plow into grannies on your morning stroll. What? What do you mean, game? How long do you think until the hard wears us down?
Oh, I've got a couple of good years left on my warranty.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette. What could she be thinking of? It's hard to say. Her shoulders are relaxed, her eyes on the cigarette. It's like she's disappointed this wasn't about more entertaining matters. What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amondou.
Same name that Titus gave you. Like her accent, it sounds orange. Her birthmark also signal orange. I don't know why, but oranges girls tend to come speckled with them. Oh, it's true. Are you from Orange?
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate.
Wasn't the tattoo on the hanged man an Orange's map of the waterways? The thought begins to form in your head, then dissipates. Something for later. What is Orange?
A bad memory, officer.
Oh. The Republic of Oranje is a democratic nation on the Mundi Isola, north of here, over the sea and across the Pale. It is one of the 6 major Occidental nations to hold stake in the continued occupation of Ravachol. People consider it a reasonable superpower. Reasonable? They will make you into a fiscal colony, divert your natural resources, hold patents and shares, but they won't threaten to wipe you out of time. Wipe you out any time, like Ravachol did in its prime. Okay. Sounds like the old Dutch company, the East India Company and stuff. That's how they used to be. A bad memory of what?
Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass, duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. And night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
Right. How old are you?
I'm 28.
What do you do?
Something stupid.
Okay. Classic. Me too, actually. Me too. That is such a mood. What is that?
Oranese lit.
Oranese lit?
Oranese literature.
Oh, right.
That's what I studied at the university.
What is Oranese literature about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes.
Right. What about Revacholian literature? People sometimes reveal things about themselves when they discuss such matters.
No. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world.
I have no intention of doing that. Actually, I do feel the urge to save the world.
That's the natural state of the Revacholian hero.
She breathes in the menthol flavored fumes, savoring it, then breathes out. She seems quite relaxed for a victim of assault, but of course what seems should not be your priority. What do you do with Orionese literature?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money then? Money is very important. Show her some money.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Orionese lit.
Money is very important. Show money. just like here, look. Money is very important. Look at money. It's such a stupid thing to do. Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
Oh. Of course she won a beauty pageant. She's very symmetrical. Could we take a look at your passport?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Oh.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
That's fair, actually. How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
She seems to be telling the truth, okay. Okay,
Okie
I
dokie.
don't feel like demanding the password. If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements. That's it, for the record.
So official.
Yeah, very official. Nice room you've got here.
Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
What are you doing here?
I'm wintering.
Wintering?
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
The bills downstairs concur. Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
The Insulindia Nisala.
Came to see the new world. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. She isn't overtly hiding it either. What happened to the old New World?
It turned out to be a Zarath-infested third world slum.
Called Ilmara, and it didn't. Even after the Mets colonized it 7 ways from Sunday, it's an industrial powerhouse. You've quite the collection of prescription drugs down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
She says without any discernible irony. How did you amass such a hoard?
With money, sir.
Ah,
it's not exactly
fair.
the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The anti-star is or was a vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs he eventually mutated into a corpse. As they tend to, yes. The collection includes Nacra, an opioid antagonist.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
I guess that is true.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
His tone isn't aggressive, just inquisitive.
Better safe than sorry.
That's all as far as that goes then?
Very funky.
Where does that door lead to?
You tell me, officer, when you've kicked it down. I've been wondering myself, but I'm light of foot. Not a good door kicker.
I mean, you watched me. I'm also not a good door kicker. I failed to kick it in too. The window is new.
It is.
She moves slightly to your left to check her reflection in it. The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. Okay, she doesn't actually mention anything else.
Okay.
Okay, that was very loud. I don't know why. That was louder than most of her other things. Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke. What is this wildflower? She looks at the dried petals in her palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp like a mini dagger. The petal crumples under contact.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style?
Why was it there?
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind?
I guess, yeah. Okay, so that's most of the other stuff. Now the actual part. Tell us you were raped.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
What does it mean? Were you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Right, okay. It's all very organic. Her mannerism, her movement. If she's acting, she's quite gifted. By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Titus asked you to spice things up for us?
Pretty much.
She cradles her coffee cup in both hands, warming them. What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied.
What kind of partying? The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Harder than this? Keep pointing to your face. I didn't know it was physically possible.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Were feelings involved?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
Okay, so this is making it sound like there wasn't an altercation.
A month ago? Something like that.
It must have been hard for you seeing him there.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Yeah, she was the caller. That was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Yeah, you don't want to be a
Crimes is
snitch.
Confidential in Ravachol, miss.
Before we go on, if it's snitching, then why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Right. The caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it? How?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
You're right to suspect there might be foul play involved with the broken phone line. And in the process, you broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Jigsaw falling into place. That's satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry. Still, that's pretty clever tempering. Simple and clever, crossing the lines like that. Seems like you had some idea. That was nifty.
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who had just been complimented on her bike repair skills. Why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
We're not entirely convinced about that answer, but okay, landslide. Pushing won't help.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
What did they hang him for?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods. What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know. Hair.
Another puff, more nervous.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
How did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
Right.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Right. Thank you for telling us all of this. She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head back downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
I had something else before we go, a little thing. No volition. I don't have a lot of volition. I could level up my volition. Do I have equipment
Why not?
that increases my volition? Maybe. I don't think so. Oh, that one actually. And this one too. Okay, nice.
Officer.
Okay,
What
we have a
brings you up here in the rain?
17% chance. Oh, nice. Managed it. A 6 and a 5. Soft light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from her between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you. What? You know these guys? Who, me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You two. Wait, why are we having a conversation with ourselves? Me? What did I do? I'm merely a master thespian. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore. Oh my god. Believe it. How did this happen? How it always does, through subtlety. What can I do? There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she's how she is. Things will go as they do. Can't you turn them normal again? No. What use is this then? It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it is. Is it not? Which ones exactly are affected? There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of them. Does this mean she's been lying? Yes, Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. That's correct, and omissions too. Can I trust that guy? A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her. Can I trust any of them ever again? Don't be so melodramatic. You can trust them, just not with here. Okay. A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles. What is your plan? You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one who usually does says. She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious. See, it's oddly moderate, possibly, probably compromised. I've been talking to myself long enough. Don't worry, it's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. Say it out loud. Miss, are you manipulating me? The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
God, no.
Right. Need to talk about your room again? Yeah. No.
Alright. Not my favorite
salt.
topic, but I'm 89% sure.
Does that mean you're 11% not sure?
You know how it is.
Do you? Do I?
Maybe you don't.
The ash lands on her jumpsuit. She brushes it off. There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not raped here.
Right. Sounds like something happened that you don't want to acknowledge it.
Let me make this 100% clear then, officer. I was not. How about
Right, okay.
we...
I don't need to know more. It's fine. Okay, let's put our normal stuff back on. We need the bow tie, of course.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did she tell all of that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
You would have caught it. Not sure if she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
I know, she's manipulative.
So you said to her, what did you mean by it?
She has all my skill set compromised singing her tune. My assessments of her are untrustworthy.
She seems forthcoming to me. Unusually so. Being forthcoming with some things is a good way to obscure other things. But I wouldn't call myself compromised.
Perhaps that's because you are.
I am not easily swayed by young women. But on the other hand,
perhaps
the
you
best
are.
liars are candid. And she was candid. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back soon enough.
Right, okay. Let's go. Downstairs. Talk to the Hardy Boys again. Hardy Boys. Maybe I can try talking to these again.
Yes? What is it?
Did you hear that? Did you hear me sing? Did you like it?
That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
Oh, how does she know your name? She probably heard it from somewhere. You have to be more careful, karaoke star. Names are dangerous.
That was... Yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches.
Wow, rude.
Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need...
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse. And I really liked it.
She actually did. Did you just call me Harry?
Yes, I called you by your name. What about it?
She sounds slightly agitated and sad. How do you know my name?
God, everybody knows your name. Please go finish your investigation so everyone can go home.
Right.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Something strange about this guy. Damn it. God. Firefighter's uniform, exact window. I don't think he's a firefighter. Okay, fine. We keep failing rolls, it's okay.
You again. What is it?
Hi, Titus.
Again? Serious? Yeah, whatever.
She says she wasn't raped.
Fuck. I knew that fucking whore couldn't be
What?
trusted.
Jeez, you don't have to be rude about it.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her.
Oh no.
He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down. And she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
They're really not helping the case here. This is a diversion, stay on track. Cut the bullshit, she told me the truth.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fuck.
Hit you, duck.
Titus Hardy.
Hit you, duck. Yeah. Her voice rings through the room like a warning shot.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Someone has to rush in to break the tension, the second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T.
It turns to Titus,
What's the harm, right?
who's still breathing heavily.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their lost play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point you don't need to. Why should I care about this tape? You lied to me.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
Fine, I'll listen to it.
You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Right. Okay, we'll talk to them about the tape after I listen to it. I think... Can I just use the boombox thing to listen to it? Tape player. Play the tape. You push command center and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
Oh god. Some kind of machinery.
The harbor. That's the sound of a Kvalson crane.
I did not like that screeching sound.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I don't give a shit.
Oh.
I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt
Wow.
on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style.
Jeez.
Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
Okay. Most of the tape is empty. What was that at the end? Silence?
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
He also sounded inebriated.
Still.
The lieutenant looks at the tape. You're familiar with this look now? It's his look of suspicion. Who's this Cordy?
Corty could be short for Cortenar, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work.
What's Kohoi?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
The South Safra conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safra. It has been hot for 12 years with the atrocities piling on. Think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
Okay, now what?
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
Yeah. Just take out the tape. The boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again. That's right, Maybells. What is this?
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it? Does this flower blossom early in spring?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved.
Who pinned them? Which side?
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War.
Is it a coincidence it being on the roof?
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
Very well. Put it back in the pocket. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there's none. Blow your fingers. Inland above the Martinez distributary, the channel had brought wastewater from the silk mills of Jamrock, and then dead bodies during the war. The wrinkled fingers of an old man crushed flower petals, then sprinkled them in the stream like white salt. Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game on the plaza? You should ask him about the flowers. True. I should. Let's go talk to Klasha first, though. Hi again.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Titus gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape. She puts her coffee cup down. With a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused. On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
She picks the cup back up.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Kohoi was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Why say things like that, machismo?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
She's quite observant about the human character, trained to observe, even. Did you learn this from studying Orange's Lit? Sounds psychological.
People who go to university know how to use words like internalize and integrate, officer. Now, what was that expression?
She's still looking for it. There's more to this. She has an index in her head of pathologies and how to exploit them. I can almost see her turn the pages. You can trust Pillar Bookhead, by the way. As far as I can tell, he's not singing to her tune. The only one beside me. Coping mechanism?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
Right. You like this kind of stuff?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He in Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask the details. She seems
Thank
okay
you for
talking
clearing
about
up,
it.
Miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
Now that you've had some time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook.
We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. Everything left to be clarified is in the column on the left. Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean?
In Oranje, officer.
Yeah.
It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat. Or here's a map of the waterways. This
You
fits
are
with the
almost
tattoo.
right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Okay. You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. and from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Oranje, but wasn't he a soldier? A military man, but not a patriot.
No. He left the national service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by
Right.
no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Muindi. The old, old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though.
She looks around,
I
the
hope
wind
she
in her
loves
hair.
me too.
How old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
The lieutenant taps on his notebook once, as though signing some kind of point. Oh, nice. I healed myself by being good, by being accurate. I did not know this was a competition, Kim.
It isn't. Police work is a cooperative sport.
This is clearly sport for him, something like archery or darts. That'd be... Actually, it's still about getting hits right and not missing.
That's too pinball for me. I just like to get autopsies right on the first try. Where were we?
He's lying. Nice, nice. His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice.
I mean, it didn't...
Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
In the recording, I wouldn't say beautiful, soft voice, but sure.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
It was an orange map. Was a map of his service history.
Sure, service history. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed.
Okay,
Freakish
yeah.
musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this orange lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of what an lit. A moment's respite. Dark and hopeless as the struggle itself.
She leans even further back to
He's
demonstrate.
smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths."
I don't think we need this much info.
And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You were the woman in this?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Not a very fun story.
It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic?
We ordered a toxology report. Any idea what it will show us?
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself.
It's quite expensive, miss, but we'll manage without your help for now.
Something miraculous is coming, he told me. The lieutenant blinks, his expression does not change. Alright, let's see where this is going. From way out in the northwest, he told me.
Cool.
Okay. That's all. Cool. Could it be that love that did him in?
It very well could be, yes.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
He told me love did him in.
That's not funny, officer.
Right, okay. I mean, we were kind of hallucinating, but he did tell us, technically. Perhaps it was communism that killed him.
A moment ago it was love. And no, I don't think the Union is communist. They're a couple of shades pinker than that. They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? This politics shit is a lot in the morning. Is it even morning?
No, it's actually afternoon by now. I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that, then you can't blame her. Yeah, we're finished. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42? That's what she said, yes. Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen dignity of mortality, was 42 years old? Where's this going? How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurement. What lies beneath, you wonder? Oh no. You could ask either one of them. Miss, how old do you think I am?
Huh. How old do I think you are?
She's buying time to formulate the best answer.
I don't know. 40? I was like 9 when OO peaked. That was what, 19 years ago? I liked them when I was 9. You couldn't have liked it when you were 40. Let's say you were 20-something. 25. A good disco age. 25 plus 19 is 44. I'm gonna say you're 44.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. I have a university degree, you know?
44, I'm young.
Absolutely. Age is just a number, man.
Yes, miss, but for him that number is 56.
I mean, you don't have to say that, Kim. I'm not afraid of the truth. Date of birth generator. Wait, what does that mean? Your face looks like it's 58, and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100, both longer than they ought to be. The day and the century, but for how long? Then has the thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start wrecking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were you born? All of my shivers. Summit, hello. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I guess we can talk to the police again about the numbers we were running. We're getting places though. I'm actually completing my tasks. Imagine. We're doing stuff. Instead of just running around. Pull out the radio.
57, how may I assist you?
Did you find out more about the owner?
Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
It's a very hot day of winter and pollution is rampant, but personally doing fine. Well, that's good. Well, not most of it, but at least you're doing good. That's at least something. I'm doing good myself, too. The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand. Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Cortenaer. That's Ellis Kortenaer. Exact date of birth unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09.
Neonatal care unit?
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
Interesting.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
He was found in a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into the...
Well, I know what a leaf compactor
it's
is.
the detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
But what the heck?
It is. Thank you, Alice.
This type of line, yeah. Yeah, fair. Any information on his foster parents?
None, officer.
Okay.
Sorry.
So all we have to connect him to Crenel is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
We have his name and service record now.
This is very good. Ellis Cortenaer.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
I'm done.
57's over and out.
Wait, what if I tell Clash his name? It's like actual name. Because he just called himself Lully. Maybe she wants to know. Or maybe she doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I can't even tell her. But we'll find out.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
A couple more questions.
Yes.
No.
All right.
Okay, I can't tell her. That is a shame. Don't know what it would have even done, to be honest. The estate you live in has issued a prohibition on starting fires because too many forest fires and slash and burn farming. Oh god. That is not good.
It's you again. What is it?
Hi Titus. I found some more information. Talk to Clash about the tape.
And?
Tenses immediately. Chest tightens, jaw sets, ready for another blow. And nothing. She stands by what she said.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you, it was at her. God, it was just locker room talk. This is not evidence.
Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. They don't plan rapes there. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
It did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore.
Titus, please. Seems like they wanted to give Clash a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Oh, fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
Her voice is a bit softer than earlier.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth. You don't have to say everything out loud, just mix and match. I didn't think you... I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along.
I ask for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
Yeah, guys. We should get a party going tonight.
A party? Wow.
Maybe not then.
He looks at the old man in the corner. Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation. Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men, too, are growing increasingly silent. They're confused. This is growing over their heads.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember. I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!"
He throws his beer can down.
That lying, scamming.
Titus, calm down.
This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
There's a silence in the room. Elaine started saying something, then thinks best not to. On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convinced Titus he's being manipulated. Ooh. Oh, I did push him on the tape. I shouldn't have done that. If I hadn't done that, this would have been almost guaranteed. But 83% is still very, very high. So come on. I think at least double twos and we get it. There we go. Convinced Titus he's being manipulated? You should know by now, Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might. One of his boys will. Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle, the time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Clash. It's about the men in these men in Martinez, their district, their responsibility. That's it then. Case closed. We're going home, Kim.
Huh?
The lieutenant raises his brow. You get it? Go on. Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Because of some chick. Because you work for the wrong people.
Goddamn right. This is Union Town. You work for the company, we will kill you.
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company. Half the harbor works for the company.
Work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
They hang you like in the Dark Ages, make a display of your corpse.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. Flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm. Hey, what was this? Date of birth generator. What did we just get? Oh, white morning is done. Okay. We'll see what that does. Firearm. A glass 08 or .38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's on to you. He knows what you're trying to do. Look at Kim first. The lieutenant has put down his notebook. His hand is resting on his holster. Gives you an imperceptible nod. Or what, you're gonna kill me like you killed him? No fucking reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
He takes a breath, wheezing.
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him?
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
I thought as much, to be honest. I didn't think this ragtag crew could have killed him.
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them have their moment. The room falls quiet. So quiet you can hear Angus wheeze.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked.
He grabs his chest.
I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus?
Oh my god, Lizzie.
Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
She walks off without looking back. You're in. He's all yours. Questions? Okay. So you didn't kill him. He was already dead. He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue, hands covered in blue gloves, mouths covered by blue masks, bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light, shine it in his mouth. He tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see as the light illuminates the darkness inside. Well shit, can't blame them for missing that. Get the saws, Alan, this just got fun.
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls, plural? There's another girl, 2 of them? Take note of this, they'll probably say more about it later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
What happened Sunday?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
Of course.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window.
That explains.
Fucking... Dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
It means they'd been fucking,
Tibbs
yeah.
patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tiberius?
Yeah. Good man.
But their father's name is named Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister anyway. Okay. If Klasha didn't kill him, why the cover-up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about?
The can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
Who are they?
They're powerful. Connected to the Moral Intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
Whose idea was to hang him? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? You may be talking about the other one. Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
That's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for that to be Hardy Girl, Titus.
We're Hardy Boys. And that's it.
Okay. But sure, but can you tell me anything about this affiliate? Name, current location?
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to.
So who killed the merc then?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klasia. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And you had ideas about his past too?
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
Oh, hi again, Trinity. You just spent an hour trying to do a single task and you're very agitated? Oh. That sucks. Well, you got it done. That's the important part. Getting it done is the important part. As long as you get the task done, right? These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks. I mean, it's kind of rude to say that, but whisper Kim, we did it. The lieutenant gives a smile, only you can see. Nice. Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
Hey, cop. Before you go.
Suddenly the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling, the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers circling the whirling rags in a warm column.
She, Klasia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection.
But you would still prefer if we didn't take her away?
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
The lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket and turns to leave. You just put it in a rant chat in Discord, have a look. I will do that in a bit. Oh wait, does it not read it out? Normally it reads this out. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, or on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally in the matchbox house, sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less you. Plus 20% zoom out distance. Okay, we can zoom out more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, chat. Look at that zoom out. So good. I don't know why we wanted that. Oh. Yeah, that can take some doing, yeah. Must have been really stuck then, if it took an hour. Behind the dog burger, ceiling height window. Here we go. You see 2, maybe 3 bushes grown into a single thicket. Over a period of circa 50 years, it takes time for a hedge like that to form. Nice. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches, light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid a key in the bush and attached the yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Someone hid a key in the bush.
Huh?
Can you hand the key to me, please?
I'm not your janitor, cop. I don't even know what you're talking about.
If he says it's there, it's there.
Can you let me slide by so I can grab the thing?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks
Oh my
like you're
God.
gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out
Why are they still so rude to me? With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch and slides it across the table to you. Oh, nice. Thanks, Theo. Take it. The key is brass. Workshop, spare, is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Nice, nice. Yeah, it's been on the wall for 10 years untouched and exposed to the elements. Yeah, that would do it. And I'm the guy who has to take it apart and fix it. That's my job, fixing things. I mean, yeah. There is... It can be very nice fixing things, but sometimes it takes a bit of doing. Thank you.
Don't thank me. I don't give 2 shits about your key.
Does anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the Union Box window?
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Right. I wonder what doors this opens.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
It's worth a try. Yeah, we can finally find out what's beyond the blue door. Secrets. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks. The darkness before you smells like engine grease and cut wood. Oh, can I talk to him about it? That I opened the door?
Hey, was there something you needed?
Oh, do I need to pay for tonight?
Got the 20 real?
Yeah,
Good. You got the room for the...
I only have 95 cents left. That's not great. I need more money. As Pinball says, Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords. Pinball is a white Diora. NB, the spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. Interesting. Oh, money. Cool. So, pinball tables. Pinball machine? Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gertie and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Kim?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic.
You've played it?
A little.
Let's take a closer look.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gertie and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the black box. There's a small column of text underneath it. The machine is coin operated. Get the game on, finger boy. The slippers are ready. Oh god. It costs money though. Lean closer to read the text. Above the painting of a moustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gertie taking on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Mundi. The masked legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gertie shall return and save his people. I love the name Gertie, to be honest. Inspect the playing field. The theme of the game is to explore Gertie's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gertie's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. What's with all the goats? Indeed, think of them as balls. Right. Should I kind of want to play. I'm going to quick save.
Ah, great.
Here we go. It takes a while to get into the rhythm, but pretty soon you'll be able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, finger boy.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
What kind of guy was he?
The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked
Right.
nationalist.
A racist mountaineer?
An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent.
That is not cool.
He also hit his wife and
Oh.
kids. Other people's kids too.
Oh.
Sometimes pets.
Hmm.
Hateful little man.
Yeah, that's not a good person then. that does not sound like a nice person.
But you seem to be having fun.
I'm pretty good at this. Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go. Concentrate and aim for the narrow passage. Maneuvering a goat ball into position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammers shatter something inside the machine, something glass. An ampoule? The words "pale rupture" light up and the speaker panel and the machine start filling with a thick, milky fog. Something is happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. This can be navigated. The balls leave an almost imperceptible disruption in the fog. Use them to calculate where to hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times, you snatch him back from the jaws of death. You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the Pale is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever. Oh god. Bad at ball games. Why am I... That's rude. Game. -1 bad at ball games. Kim, it can be done, just watch.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
Okay. Can I do this? I need to roll at least double 5s, I think. No. 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 At least it didn't fail by the -1. The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. So sad.
The suicide of Kraz Mazov.
Oh, my other thought.
It's clearly a lie. Kraz Mazov didn't shoot himself. Reaction was on the counteroffensive. The State Day Palace in Mirova was surrounded. He was either assassinated or died in the bombing. You might even have evidence to support this somewhere in your brain.
Yeah, definitely.
Mazov was never given a state funeral by the communists. Some people even say the body that was recovered from the ruins wasn't his. There, good. Hero restored to glory. Carry on, comrade.
Yeah. Away check failures heal all morale. Ooh, nice. +1 rhetoric. I wonder what this one is going to do. Okay, well, we wasted some money. Run your finger across the dust of the white Dior machine. It feels like it might jump back to life at any moment. What's white Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Diora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era, on the Mundi Isola. The others being Rea Silva and Advispera. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. It's quite nice, actually. Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't. What about that other, the Franken-Jurian ball? Wanna play that?
No.
Okay. How about we fire one of these bad boys up and play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name, Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now. Think. Kim Kitsuragi, Kim Kitsuragi. Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka Kimball. Exactly, that's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him. You're Kim Pinball Kitsuragi.
So now he remembers.
He looks at you in the silence of the workshop, then takes his glasses off and cleans them.
Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
You don't seem to really like pinball.
No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a
What?
childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science fiction, and historic romance franchise.
What do you mean it requires no skill? Pinball is such a skillful game.
It is lame.
Then why are you called Pinball?
I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
How did you?
Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop.
Okay.
It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide.
Wait, he just said it required no skill, but he trained for 9 months. Which one is it? Like, if it requires no skill, you wouldn't have to train, Kim.
End of story.
Shaking my head. You were a juvie cop for 15 years?
That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why you didn't talk to Kuno?
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents.
I'll keep calling you Kim.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is good too. Now, we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling.
Right. Bit of a distraction. This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The lattice cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There's a control panel to your right and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th of July, 88. Oh god, I wouldn't want to get in that elevator. Because, that's been, what, 40-something years? I think we're in like 50. I don't remember exactly. Says the last maintenance was in 88.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
This elevator was last maintained in the future. No, this elevator was maintained a long time ago.
At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
Yeah, that's fine. It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic. Look at the controls. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descendre, and an international call for emergency assistance. The third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koenigsegg lift company that went out of business a long time ago. Wonder what it was used for.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
He taps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark. Close the doors and go up. Ooh. Where are we? Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see the outside. Boxes of tools and replacement parts. Schematics for a pinball machine. Ooh, pinball maker's codes. Nice. Nice. The pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. So this is where they brought faulty pinball machines to fix them up a long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf. Looks like they gave up on fixing the pinball machines at some point.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
It used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot, a creak, some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? That means Whirling in Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. This is all left over from that.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
Yeah. But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection. Could this mean the Whirling in Rags really is part of the doomed commercial area?
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
No, he wouldn't. Stupid superstition, but still. It would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this. Footprints, or it's just... Yeah, you clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Let's have a closer look then. Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform horizontal lines. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways. The print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole with logos on it. It seems custom made or old fashioned. Shoe size is 41, 42, maybe 43. Could be a large footed woman or a small to average footed man. This is, unfortunately, the worst, most vague shoe size there is. 41 is my shoe size. Prints look like one person went back and forth.
Between that and that.
Points to the bar door. Okay. This print doesn't look like the odd-soled print we found at the hanging.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
True. Doesn't look like the workers' boots from the hanging.
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Get up. Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. Someone's been here.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
He looks at you. This is so good. It makes him forget the whole Kimball memory.
The Blue Door was a mega investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, which I would say is quite large.
What does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind Classia's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Definitely. There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side. Unbar the door. And go in here. There we are. The door's open now.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the railing. Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come. The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
She puts her coffee mug on the table. Just like that, no resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight. You don't look surprised. You were expecting this?
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first. Between you two, then move on to questions. No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
It's not a good enough reason.
You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
She reaches for a new cigarette, briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay to the horizon, golden grey in the noon light. What lies beyond it? The Pale, the muddy Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje. The old world. Is that why you keep looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Locked people after her? Moral intern people? This isn't RNG's lit. True. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her. That is true logic. You said you studied RNG's lit. What is it with this fugitive stuff?
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer comes fast, which is an indicator of truth. I don't think so. Why did you do it?
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaws clenched, her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob once, just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud, thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. There was a task complete. It could not have been a lie. That's impossible. She did, of course. I mean, I feel like, yeah, she did. What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Orania.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again, with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lou's-Duin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lou-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Right. News can help these people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papa Lolo line of dairy products. That's a lot of shit you've gotten yourself into.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting...
She shakes her head at the thought.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
What exactly happened?
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
And what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at his sides. Yeah, okay, that explains why they were able to shoot him. Because I imagine with all the armor on, he would be near invulnerable. But yeah, if they shoot him through the window when he's not closed, then yeah.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt is burned right down to her fingernails. Your cigarette, miss.
Oh.
She looks at it and quickly tosses the butt aside. I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
She immediately proceeds to light another one. Oh.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait, Titus said she was girding her jaw, much more than usual. Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot. What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Before we continue, who's Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told.
So yeah, the Hardy Boys never wanted to tell us about Ruby, and Clash is just like, oh yeah, Ruby. Here's all the info you need about her, basically. This is what we've wanted to know for a while.
She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
This is concurrent with your doubts at the autopsy about the coloring being... I knew it, the coloring in his lower limbs looked faint.
About half an hour had passed since the moment of death.
She nods.
You were late. The marks would be faint by that time.
He makes a small pointing motion with his pen as meant for you. Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
Is Ruby, where is she now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
It probably didn't.
Or I don't know anything anymore. All I do is wait here.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. But there's one thing I know, is that you'll get nothing from there.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
Yep. You should have another look at the window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there. In her bedroom inside. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. Did you kill Lolly?
What?
No.
Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun somewhere lying around, close to her hand. Okay, I'd like to answer some other questions.
Like what?
No, nothing else. She nods silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. The lieutenant glances at you, then at the door. He's thinking, are we done here, or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake multi-faced up forcefully. God's name, wake up. Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in a web of lies. Take it easy. Start at the top. Choose at the bottom. That's how we've always done it. No rush. You know, I think you didn't make the call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8102 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire. Yeah.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Yeah, okay. I don't think that was actually wrong. Your real name isn't Clash.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly like there's a garrote around her neck. Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good, you can tell me the truth.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
Was with the passport bullshit too? The passport you keep hidden?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
Where is this boy?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
We have to check this boy out.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. Past a broken sewage pipe. Right near the waterline.
Well, she already told us her real name, and the miscellaneous thing I think is actually true. Let's change the subject. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath as if in the presence of some tiger. You are, this is not the end of this. Let's return to this later. Okay. So, we're just letting her be for now. I'm not arresting her. Visual calculus. Nice. The golden light melts away into the blue glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon lit shapes, a man and a woman on a single bed. A two-hearted spider. What position are they in? Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back, it's the night of March 4th, and the shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in the mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside entering his brain. Like that. Where does it come from? From the roof outside. Location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inward like a corona behind the woman's back. Inspect the ghostly figures. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. Have a look at point A. The ray casts from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is a composite location, A prime most likely of the origin points. Shouldn't there be gun residue outside? There could have been, then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago. So I'm what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from? 72%. With a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or spot pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. Oh my god. And the only one who could have done it would be someone who knew about this door. Because they would have had to have a means of sneaking in. So that would leave the Ace Hardy boy, basically, Ruby. Who could have probably, like Ruby could have probably shot through, gone into the door, through the lift, and then back into the rolling in bags. To then meet her when she comes downstairs and be like, oh no, you poor thing. That's possible. Or she had an associate. Okay. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies. Are there any arguments against A prime? None that you've found thus far, but it doesn't mean there aren't. Could the shot have come from inside the room? Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out. Could there have been another point of origin further away? That's a 28% yes. In the model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes that possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin? Extrapolate. According to your map of the district, the shot could have come from a wide angle of location, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an island in the bay. Let's call them B prime, more precisely. B for boardwalk, B for Land's End. Oh, B apostrophe, B double apostrophe, B triple apostrophe. Okay, there may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. The boardwalk. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on the inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account. Land's End. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. The islet. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, with between Rue de Saint-Gislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islet is questionable. Do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez?
From where, precisely?
B prime, B double prime, B triple... Oh, called prime, right?
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one.
Yeah, so the boardwalk... That's like behind the church, isn't it?
It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path.
Yeah, it fits the hidden path, it makes sense. You are correct. That's my assumption too, but you never know. Okay, so now we have a lot of info. I'm excited to give up Ruby's location. Oh, actually, we can talk to him.
Hey, was there something you needed?
I saw another thing at the whirling.
Great. I love those.
Kalashi in room 3, she nicked the phone line.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
Well, anyway, mystery solved. I don't like loose ends.
Yeah, neither do I. Thank you for telling me, I guess. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it.
Sounds like she has money tucked away somewhere, enough to be a stable paying guest. What if I told you I got into the back room behind the blue steel door?
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He controls his excitement well. He's really, really holding himself back here. Aren't you gonna ask me what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Pinball machines. A pinball workshop.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Why, do you want to play? Because I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
He was wondering about something business related, about how much money he could make off one. Thinking of turning this place back into a pinball arcade?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
You didn't like my karaoke then? Those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. There's a peephole in the wall.
What wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room right next to Clash's bedroom. I found it when I found the pinball machines.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
The color is drained from his face. Are you sure you haven't been spying on your guests?
Absolutely not. Fuck you for even implying it. It wasn't me. It wasn't my staff. The establishment will look at it and ascertain what it was.
Well, he's definitely not lying. He wouldn't endanger his business like
Sir,
that.
he was only asking a question. It's his job and mine. See that it's covered.
Yes, I absolutely will. Sorry, it's been a bit of a day. And now a hole in the wall.
You've been notified.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment?
Should I tell him?
Hope not.
No, I'm not going to
Yes.
tell him. Yoda, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Actually, most of my tasks from Monday are done, and I don't want to do this one, so that's good. I don't want to do this one either. Don't want to do this one. This one is impossible. Get the ice cream maker open. I can still try that. And that's all related, I believe. Oh no. Oh no, yeah, it's all related. These three. Is that 10? It's close. House of a tank player, doomed hostel, Ruby's location. Okay. We're getting there.
It's you again. What is it?
I had a question, Titus. I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
I'm going to level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lolly's killer.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself.
Oh, I already have a theory, yeah. Bam. A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its eerie blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion all channeled into a single thought. Why are you sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go to the toilet?
No.
You know that's not the case.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Culp. And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He's been through it. That means he suspected her too. Alright, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. You do agree that the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez.
You're speaking quietly, Titus. It's hard to
Maybe
hear.
from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
There's a 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible. I analyzed it on the spot. Turns out I can do that.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science call. You're a madman.
Those numbers were an asshole, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He
Right.
hasn't got shit.
There's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
Oh.
Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go and...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Have you noticed the winch out back on the outer wall of the whirling?
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there?
That's right.
That's wall mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it?
I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop.
Footprints. Recent.
Tracks are recent, but not worn down on the right foot like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic for now. Recent. A week or two.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call. Good news is, I'm still listening.
You guys will remember the key I found here?
I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
You didn't find it, but Ruby did. How she got up there?
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
She could have just put it back there once she was done.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
There were pinball machines in the workshop still operational.
What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Nothing. I just thought we could bring some down, get some new machines in here.
Wow, man, can we?
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else?
Every firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot.
Firmly firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand, not that. Then at least the shadow of a doubt in the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself. But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours, but... I already established Ruby's running drugs. She could have smuggled guns too.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
All I'm saying is, from what I saw in her cabin, she'd have no trouble getting a gun.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roidheads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
He must be referencing to some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory. Show them the antique rifle. There are weapons like this lying in a Martinez.
That looks antique. A Bell McGray. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
There's a cellar under the bookshop that was hidden there, with others like it.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
I probably shouldn't say this. Also, it wouldn't line up, like, date-wise, because we only came after the murder. I didn't say it proved she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
All right, Carl. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3, motive, the last component. It's not why did you kill him, it's why did you organize the cover-up.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for our logics demonstration. Right. Shanky, let's assume you killed him.
I didn't do it, fucker! It wasn't my plan!
You probably did, though.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your bodies or as part of a lynch mob, or alone for committing murder?
Fuck you, man! I would never fuck my guys over like that.
He squeaks with indignation.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Combat, hello. I'm doing good.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
We're getting to the bottom of a murder investigation. It's going pretty well, actually. We're getting somewhere. I hope you're doing well too. Ooh, so we didn't rule her out completely, and she skipped town. This is good. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her. Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you won't. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
I have 4 skill points. Oh shit. Let's increase half light. I don't know what else I would increase, to be honest. Authority, suggestion, empathy. I guess having the points to spend if I need a certain check done is good. You're done with this year, happy to sleep, wake up for 2025. Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
Me? As in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
I'm sorry, God, why does everything flee at the sight of my shadow?
It seems you have that effect. Especially on women.
Right, that's the second one now who's trying to flee you.
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence, he nods. Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught Pete. But she was too scared.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlogged. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here. You're all here. Who's looking?
Lizzie needed some air.
So she didn't go tell Everard?
No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe? The gardener may have played you again when she stormed out. She has her own plan. Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There's some shit houses there. A cinderblock town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Do you know what she's doing with ULAN frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing ULAN frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
Interesting. It's not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
Shake his hand. His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Okay. You know, I don't usually do this, I just measure things, but you said it would be nice to have a ballistics lab. You could use ours.
No, we're good.
You let go of your hand.
Why not? You could turn the thing into an actual police force. Afraid you would actually have to follow the law?
Rich boy law is a sham. It only works for the Wild Pines, lady. So keep your lab and watch your ass out there. The coast is a dangerous place for lawmen, especially Mr. Can Opener here.
Well, I've already been to the coast. It was fine. It was, in fact, perfectly fine.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I'm happy to report I found my badge.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
I'm not gonna tell them I lost my gun.
Roger that, 10-10.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to
Just a
Sylvie.
Sylvie, yes. Hello?
It's the police again.
What else do you need, detective?
Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
Why didn't you call? Didn't the corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
Well, this... I meant us. You should have called the police.
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your backyard for weeks instead of calling us?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
For sure, further sure the error of our ways. What others?
The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble.
What trouble?
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
I see. Don't worry about it. I understand.
You do? What else can I do for you? Yeah, go on.
I don't want to push it too far.
57.
There's no need for that. Okay. So, travel to the fisherman shacks. Washerwoman. What is the song you're humming?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
That sounds nice.
Yes, it does.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, right? Oh my god, why am I forgot she was blind. Okay, because you're blind, right?
This is a sharp one.
There was a murder in Martinez.
She's
She might
being
be a
evasive,
suspect.
she knows
We would
something.
appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This isn't about union, you know. You don't have to worry about retaliation.
Ah, I should have known. This is yet another union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here.
Okay, you know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
Or could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture
nice.
of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Wait, hold on. You're just giving it to me?
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
I'm not sure it's appropriate for the RCM to accept free accommodations.
Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
No, I don't want a free room. It's not proper.
Suit yourself. But should you ever need shelter, remember old Isabel and her shack by the sea.
I'll remember. But I already paid for my room in the Whirling in Rags anyway. So.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at them.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me.
But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
I'm looking for someone else.
Oh? Who?
I'm looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you then?
So not much help there. Maybe I can ask the kids, but they probably don't know much. Is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
You're being laconic about it. Doesn't look like he knows what that means, right? Have you seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Are you sure, Kim? Maybe the 4-year-olds know stuff. You never know. The kids could be hiding something.
Hello, mister.
Do you know anyone named Ruby?
Luby. Raluby.
Suddenly the girl gets all serious and leans in as if she's about to tell you a secret.
My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then Uller.
Kids.
Right.
Bye.
I mean, yeah, sometimes that's hard. The is a very hard thing to do. Okay, so maybe if you ask Winter, slow to let go of Revachol, flex some more wet snow from above. Snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewers runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it was already spring. The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. At least your hair is protected from getting wet and sticking together. Where's Ruby? Near. Snow falls into the dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There's a hum in the air. Stomp feet
We
for
should keep
warmth.
moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
Yep. Sounds good to me. You can zoom out so far. Oh. Big wine canister, it's open and empty. Smell, it's awful and familiar. Hold on, that is awful. Doesn't help, you can still smell it. What is it? Did you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness? Only death smells like that. It is death. Something's not right here. The floorboards are rotten and weak. Some tear, an empty cigarette paper package. Examine the tear. There's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles. Better not pick them up.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell. I examine the cigarette package. Whoever tossed it in here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. It's a black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. Kebab wrapper. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No old yet. Okay. It's hard to concentrate with the smell. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent, neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is a empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket. Study the man's clothes. He's wearing mudcake boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. Must be custom made. Search his pockets. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card, folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. Might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. Examine his face. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, looks frightened in their frozen gaze. Height 170 to 175. Curly hair, stout build. Age approximately 50 to 60. Study surroundings. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby, a chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Examine his head. A dry chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to the touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just this one at the back of the head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the floorboards. They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight caused the boardwalk to break. Definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea. You would have never found him. Examine the bottle. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left.
Tear all around us.
He looks at two other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Yeah, fair. Examine the chewing gum wrapper. Ribowski, spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. Look in. The blackness of death, stench. You think you see white chewing gum too? Nearly the whole pack is there, solidified.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Oh, step back. Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
You look south the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
I think labeling him as an alcoholic is a bit premature. We don't know anything.
We do know that he was married.
The lieutenant points at the ring on the man's hands. The flesh around it swollen and grey.
But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes kebab is just kebab. True. Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
Could it be related to the lynching, Ruby?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. Okay, right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
What about field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
Yeah, I don't see anything criminal here. Let's leave it at that.
Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
We found him. We should finish this.
Alright. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Right. Okay, library cards. The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet. The front side reads Central Gemrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Majan, expires July 53. Billy's unisex name could be the deceased or his family member. Look inside. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller, Stand a Little Less Between Me and the Sun. The last one on the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Thibault. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. Look at the backside. If lost, please return to the card to the library. Dial 0050255 211 or visit us at Moreau Street 78. Jamrock.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Méjean.
Yep, sounds good. Now look at this. Coin operated viewer. Still messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something when it's so strong. Okay, there's nothing here. Nothing at all. The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. Try to see inside. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. Can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Right. You can still shoot though.
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
Nice. Is this slid in the concrete sewer? Interesting. You pick up the handset, there's a tone. The machine is operable. No, that's random number calling. I'm not doing that again. So we've been here. There's this guy. Maybe he knows anything.
Hello again.
I'm looking for a suspect.
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone. Okay. Let's go this way then. We haven't been here much. Nothing to do with the traps. Could this be the boy? Nice. Found it. A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That, over there. Must be the boy Class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
Hidden things, secrets. Pick up the buoy. You lift the buoy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut. Examine the plastic ball. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it closed, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has been cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
Shake the buoy. Something in there. Open it. I'm not gonna sniff it. A shot glass worth of seawater pours out, some algae and nothing else.
Well, damn.
I'm lucky it's still here. A little longer and it would have floated away.
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
No documents. Who do you think took them?
I have no idea.
This is a minor quirk. We know what was in the buoy anyway.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
Could it be related to the cryptozoologists?
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
I mean, you never know. Cryptids do have to travel after all. Sometimes. You could ask the miss what she thinks later if you have the time. Okay. Well, that is a shame. I I guess we should have known sooner. I wonder when this changed though. I wonder if you get there earlier, like yesterday, if it's still possible to find something there. We keep going here. Let me talk to these people.
Hello again.
Have you seen a red-haired woman around?
No,
Just no?
it's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
That's good. No neighbors to complain about noise when you get the club going.
Exactly. It's our chance to turn the grim desolation into an overwhelmingly fun dance party.
Nice.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Goodbye, officer.
Do they have anything?
Hardcore!
Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just gonna keep saying it's hardcore, aren't you?
Skibber-dee, skibber-danger. I am the rearranger.
Okay, never mind. Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
This is hardcore. Hardcore!
But is it? I mean, really? This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yes and ahs. Produces a guttural Goldweldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Goldweldian, maybe it's Oranges. Probably an homage to Orange, where Arno van Eyck is from. Judging by his name, could you be listening to Arno van Eyck's creation right now? So is the famous Van Eyck I'm hearing?
You know about him?
He moves his mouth, but sound doesn't come out. His eyes are the size of saucers. Looks like you've rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
Yeah, I'm a major Eyckhead.
Wow!
Skinny Wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I! So am I!
He begins to shake his head so everyone would understand.
Oh, is that why they call you Egghead? Because Egghead to the Mega, the K became the G, the boy became the man, the Advent?
Oh my god. Okay, that's why he's
So yeah,
Egghead.
talk
Okay.
with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Right. He runs his hand through his hair, which is coming back in mock seriousness. Sign?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
He continues to rearrange his tools. I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Interesting, he wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like. Okay, it's a yellow circle, human face with axes for eyes and a smile underneath. I think the axes mean the guy's dead.
Good, good. What did you want to know?
What makes the sticker so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by a classical solarist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss, haunting him.
Why am I talking to these guys? It's not related to my investigation at
The
all.
sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
Seems awesome. Not in agreement.
It is.
Was I right? Is it the dead guy smiling?
Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right. And I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race.
Really?
Really.
What does it mean?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history. And in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths.
Right.
The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
I was thinking maybe the smiling dead guy is a symbol for communism. It's also dead but doesn't care.
Yeah, that interpretation holds.
Nice, nice. I think we've exhausted the subject for now.
One could write an entire treatise on the thing.
Oh my god. What a conversation. Okay, to the church. Let's talk to her.
Yes, what is it?
Have you seen anyone suspicious? A woman named Ruby?
What? No.
She has not seen her. But the offside copy... Is this the filament you're looking for?
No. That's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still, thanks.
I mean... But still what? It was lying there, and we tried to access it. We are the police. It might not have been related to our investigation at all, but we never know. You know? We're just a curious bunch. Okay, let's try talking to these.
Tequila Sunset.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
Okay. What about you?
Time's cold, Abigail. Abigail? Abigail, where are you?
I'm on an important official investigation.
There's no use in yelling.
Okay, yeah. I won't yell at drunks then, that's fine. Are there any other people I can talk to? I don't know. I mean, there was this place with the chair. There's nothing there. There's our car. And that's locked. I mean, I can ask her for the key.
Please change. Don't make this old woman.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually gonna stay here. I just needed to check it out. Floorboards creak. Oh, nice, a jacket. That's not a bad jacket. I like it. You see the waves, the sea, the church. An old mirror hangs on the wall. On the table you see a bowl of water, rough soap, and next to it a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Is shaving the right call? The water reflects back A vague image of your face, nose bulbous and red hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead, moustache is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. Yes. Shave. Nice. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use a small mirror and a straight razor with some soap to remove all the unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. Feel your clean-shaven cheeks. Okay, was shaving the right call? The water reflects back a fake image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose and unkempt hair and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe? I don't know. We don't look good. This image does not look good. But then again, we already didn't look good, so I almost look like a professional. Almost. As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of the floorboard next to it is scratched. Move it aside. The hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. What's in here? Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks more like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand though. Search through the sand. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand, dry, not like the outside. Find dust and then something hard, wrapped in paper. What is it? A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Interesting. The floorboard doesn't care, but maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. Nice. A brisk coastal wind. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your head over your ears. Outside it is cold and windy, but you're inside and feels safe and warm. What is this place to you? A possible resting spot for my fugitive. Yep. Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, a congregation gathers to a soup kitchen and a shelter for the homeless. An old woman gives out knitted scarves for free. Far to the southeast, 2 men and a woman, dressed themselves in ceramic armor. A shortwave radio hisses on the windowsill. One makes a salute, the other downs a drink, weapons under the bed. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a village. A fishing village. Nothing nods. No one salutes him. No sight of a fugitive. Thank you. Strange sensation for a fair assessment of the current situation. Outside, the howl of the wind is picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice. Revachol forever. Oh, hi, Kim.
Yes?
So, I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
What is it? You can tell me.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Yeah, damage. He means
Either way,
damage.
Good on you. You were saying?
I mean, at least we're talking to a blind woman, so she won't know.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Why
What
was
can
there a
I help
bullet
you with?
under the floorboards of the shack?
Damn that girl.
And without anger. A long and harsh life taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her? Oh, no sound. Yes, I let my room to the Ruby girl. She speaks slowly, bringing out a rag. After a long silence, her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
You said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the Lieutenant's Kanima drive by and it woke her up, just like it did you. She must have heard your Kanima.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else there?
No.
The trees, okay. What is she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
She looks back towards her shack, thinking. Did she have any technical equipment with her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
She brushes her forehead with the back of her hand, water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go, then.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater?
She drops the rag into the bucket. It's clean now. The felled electrical mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She looks around. The air is getting colder.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Yeah. Okay. Back there we go. It was up here. No, not there. Nope. Right here. The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. Any idea what's down there?
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby down there?
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in there.
I hope not.
What's in there? Maybe just a storm drain. Okay, I'll finish that. I'm not gonna yell yo into it. Because if she is down there, then that would be giving us away, wouldn't it? Okay. A step closer. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and a coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Felled electrical. You only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Why do I feel like I know this place? Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gotten by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before when it rained in Martinez and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since. Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this building? Ooh. I could. So I have shivers. +1. I need more. +1. Do we have any more that give shivers? The tie. Okay. So I can't increase my shivers sadly, but I have 42%. Come on. Yes. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There's no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down, the ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. What was I even attempting to do here? Trying to talk to the wind, the city? Whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the cold, in the dusk hour, with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire, a trick for when you run out of ideas? She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
Or do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that fails?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm. Listen to the wind again. No, we failed. The big C, that can only mean one thing, communism. Yes, Comrade Zephyr, I shall find them girl-child revolution and girl-child communism. Oh my god.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
I think I need to talk to some kids in the village.
When you're ready.
We need to teach them about communism. Children are the future after all, right? The wind told me to do it. We're not crazy, I promise. We're not crazy at all. Nope. There we go. Has anything strange happened lately?
We had bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words.
Okay, what happened?
We just heard funny voices.
The boy shrugs, his jacket whispers as his shoulders move.
We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said, and then we got in trouble.
Where did you hear them? Did you ever hear someone say them? Was it on the radio?
Radio? What's that? We just heard them in our head.
What do you mean hurt them in your head?
You know, I heard people talking, except just in my head.
What did you hear?
It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up.
Okay.
DJ Flatios, Big Boy Daniel single is here. Back it up, cause this is the fastest track that you're ever gonna hear.
Amazing.
Turn up the volume. Blow those speakers out. Now here's no. Don't say bad words, stupid.
Why, what a splendid rendition these two rapscallions have offered us here today. Faultless memorization, perchance they'll enjoy greatness as a double act in the performing arts.
A word when you're done.
Yep.
Detective, about what the twins had to say, I believe they heard something. And given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. I don't know how they heard it, but I know the station they imitated. So they must have heard it somehow.
What channel?
Speed Freaks FM.
Speed Freaks FM, huh?
Yeah, local station, known for its kinetic music and aggressive style.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah. Anyway, weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business.
But it is related, Kim. The wind told me. The wind told me so. Don't look at me like that. The lieutenant says nothing. An ocean breeze blows in strong. He raises his jacket collar against it.
Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
Even if it was a radio, where was it coming from?
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing. Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio they were hearing. The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. After you.
Okay, let's talk to her then.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Have you heard a radio?
What can I help you with? A radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here. There's one in the shack, but it's never used.
Any idea how the twins could have heard Speed Freaks FM?
Was that the nonsense we were spouting? Pah!
She shakes her head.
No, I have no idea where they heard it. They've been in earshot all week, and no radio.
Are you sure?
These ears know every sound that belongs to this coast. I would know if I heard anything different.
We good, Kim?
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. Maybe they can shed some light on this.
Thank you,
I'm
Kim.
ready when you are. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope. Okay, back here. Need to go to the kinema and just ask a bunch of stuff. Pick up the radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I need to report a dead body.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175, dark hair, medium build, looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. Found a library card from his
Any
pockets.
information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. Belongs to someone named Billy Majan.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Connect me to the library.
I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is
Oh.
open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Damn it.
We should try again during business hours.
Anything else, detective?
Damn it. I should have come here sooner. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. I need you to connect me to Speed Freaks FM.
Come again, officer?
Speed Freaks FM, a radio station. It's for the case.
Okay, officer. One moment. I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
Yo!
The word shoots out of the man's mouth like a bullet. The starting gun fires and we're off. Is this DJ Mesh?
It is. I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air. What can I do for you, cop man?
I'm just calling to confirm that you debut a new track from DJ Flashio a few days ago.
An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
Okay. Okay, but what is the song called?
Yeah, that is the song. An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
Right. Right. Okay, let's move on. We talked to some kids who said they heard it in their heads. Do you know how that could be possible?
Is that what this is about? Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide to tune into River Shaw's hottest station.
It's not that they played it on the radio, they heard it in their heads.
I don't understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
Sure, forced radio, can't tune out. You make a killing on ads.
Speed Freaks FM is elective listening, man. We don't want to force the people to adopt our thinking. That's fascist bullshit.
That is true. I was just asking and dreaming up a bold new money-making scheme.
Right, well, no. We don't force radio into people's heads. Don't know how you even do that, man. Was there anything else you need to know?
No, that was it.
Nah, man. Thank you. Later, cop.
The party has terminated the
Press saved and turn on Speed Freaks.
Spoke to the wildest cop and rapper show.
Oh.
Didn't even get his name. But whoever that mystery cop was, we salute him.
Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio. He's not looking at you as he says.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted the prime line, right?
That's DJ Mass. That was Speed Freaks FM. The lieutenant is resolutely silent, staring at the console. A look of betrayal. The secret has been revealed. You should have said me. You should have told me to like them. You should have asked for a shout out.
I don't listen to them.
Right, you don't want to get into this. No problem.
Nothing to get into, really. But sure, let's focus on the important things.
This is Precinct 57.
I'm done. I'm done with the radio. Okay. Wait, I already called Speed Freaks FM though. Can I call them again?
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
No, I can't.
57.
Kind of out of leads then. Oh, can I talk to Kim?
Okay, about that call, let's start from the top. There's no doubt that the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio, but they did.
We're not any close to knowing how they heard it though, are we?
No, we are not.
The lieutenant's gaze travels towards the coast, towards the fishing village so far away. Guess we're stuck then. Lieutenant turns his attention away from the coast back to you.
Not necessarily. We've learned something. No idea what. Something, at least. Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice?
The wind picks up, blowing a stray strand out of the lieutenant's hair, out of place. I didn't, sorry.
No need to apologize. I was just going to say it'd be a good idea to ask them. And, Detective, thanks for this. It's been interesting.
Oh my god. Yeah, we just somehow know that we need to talk to the kids And the kids hear the radio in their heads. Just normal things. Oh, Crick boys, where were you when you heard the voices?
There.
The boy points towards one of the ruined monoliths nearby.
We were there.
The other child nods. The felled building looms overhead. I knew it.
Full circle. Back to Feld, then. When you're ready.
Cool. So there is something with the building. Like if there was a radio playing in the building. Or near the building, then that means there's probably someone inside the building. Oh, the man is gone. Pull on your knowledge to understand what caused the twins to hear the radio. You know a lot about radio, enough to know you have no idea how or why those boys heard Speed Freaks FM in their heads. Knowledge like that isn't just obscure, it's unknowable. Dangerous theoretical facts like that are probably protected under the coalition government's Articles of Dominion. Title 14, Article 7c. While an expert might be able to suss it out on their own, a layman like you has no hope. You don't know how it happened, but the stores of your knowledge are vast and there is something crucial in them. What's that? You know where Ruby isn't. She isn't in a fishing village. She's not with her bullets and her floorboards in the shack, so where could she be? The alcoholics never mentioned seeing Ruby either. Idiot Doomsparrow gave an exhaustive account of recent events, but never mentioned seeing Ruby. You've searched the whole coast for morale traps. Just as you didn't find the insulator phasmid, you did not find her. You've even entered a church, met Tiago and Suna. Some criminals seek sanctuary from sacred buildings, though the sanctuary laws were abolished decades ago, but Ruby wasn't such a one. And you know one thing about radios, Yulan. Ruby dabbles in advanced radio theories. Yulan, the Speed Freaks mystery might just be related. Does that mean she's here? If she's here on the coast, she'll be here. And besides, something weird happened to the twins around here. It'd be nice to know what caused that. Another fact for your collection. Suddenly there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to lower pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. Where does it go? In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints and the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk. Its winding tunnels a whisper away. What's happening? She's down there. I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
The twins did hear the radio from here, so something is happening.
True. And Ruby does have radio experience, as evidenced by her lorry. But how do we even get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb it, enter through the roof.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Okay, well, I guess we're climbing. Bye, Kim. A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation. The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use mounting brackets, however, they seem corroded. The mounting brackets. They seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Seems about right. Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were not to climb the ladder instead? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Even if it isn't, no one told you. Come on, Kim. Where's your adventurous spirit?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
It won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
Teleport to the roof. Second thought, maybe teleportation isn't the thing. Oh my god. I can't believe... I would have put on the Sapphire Fair clothes, but I think failing actually makes it better. Kim, it isn't happening. I'm not teleporting.
You're not. Please, don't try to climb the building. We'll get in another way.
No. But I wanted to climb the building, Kim. We'll go here. An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions, perhaps a basement access? Look in. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. What's in there? At first you can't make out anything. Make anything out in the darkness. What else? As your eyes adjust, you see some trash, crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-printed skulls on the right side, and nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the wall of the pipe, a syringe. Can we get into the fell building?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
The lieutenant pushes aside the reeds and looks around. He means the pipe must be coming from somewhere in the building.
And it's right here. A maintenance door.
Ooh. Try to pull the door apart. A physical instrument. I have some that could help here. But not much. I mean, this looks better. Is it just the one I have? It's -2. And I have a -2 as well, don't I, from this? Yeah. That is a shame. If that was done, I could be better at this. Double sixes. Oh my god. I was kidding. But we did it anyway. Double sixes. Nice. The metal doors are heavy and the flaking rust hurts your palms, but together with the lieutenant you managed to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
Go in. Actually surprised I made that. Crazy. That was the only thing we swapped, right? I think the rest is, yep. The rest is fine. Should take out your flashlights. Its overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Antiquated office furniture, last century maybe. Okay, so we can go up there. Old file folders in the cart, documents silvery with mold. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Aha. Still fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Oh, revolutionary hats. Where is it? Here. Oh yes. This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head and your mind tingles with all manner of socioeconomic theory. This is Ushanka, right? Of course Mazov would have worn this Ushanka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist. Nice.
Yes?
Evolutionary propaganda. Some plates are full of dust. Mazov portrait. Okay, it's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm. What's with all these secret weapons caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Could it be connected to the Mazov bust we found in this room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Maybe I should move in here, seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
A long time ago, how long?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
Could someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Brush the dust off. Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair matched with by ample moustache and sideburns looks a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand, hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of their fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of the scope. You shudder. Or a scope, not the scope. Whatever. Okay. So, communist was hiding there. Not much else. Footprints. One of the souls more worn than the other. That is Ruby. Enter isolary suit. Just a jacket though. Something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. Tunnel collapsed. The footprints go here. It's getting louder. There is again like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell. Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
It's a pain, a strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Yeah, I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. We've checked the boy with Clash's documents. I want to hear her take on why it was empty before.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
How bad do you think things would get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Okay. What do you think is waiting for us?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Do I just go? I think I just go. Hello? Like, I could have asked Klasha, but I don't know what that would do still. At this point. Oh god. Suddenly your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. Strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once, but the words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
So that's a shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. Don't cover them. That's fine. It's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience, way worse than all the previous ones. Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the Ulan frequency. So equations is the Ulan frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
136-841-3789-1303.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
This must be how the twins heard the radio in their heads. They must have been standing by when she tested it. She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose. Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods towards a torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. I mean, yeah, she's already... like... she has a lot of things that she's going to jail for if we get her, so... This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey. Could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
If you're looking for a deal of mattresses, oh Rosaline, oh Rosaline. The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and came with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens. She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful. It doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for your questions. Bide your time. How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Why hide the bullet, though?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
You're right, Klasha was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
Strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself. Would you say that Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she's perjuring herself. Other questions? Do you have an alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes you couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
There's some mysterious pinball machines in some pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
What about elevators? Do you like elevators?
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Do you or don't you?
Not particularly.
Not even quaint old rickety ones?
I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Look, there's a secret way from the ground floor of the Whirling to get to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
Pain stops him from finishing the sentence. That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her. Did you leave any flowers for Klash on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
These weren't just flowers, they were symbols of the revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Klash was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, A hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Okay, so you didn't believe Maybelle's.
No, I did not.
You're running drugs for the Union. Been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
He had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
Lucent isn't able to articulate his question. She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter. But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Interesting. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
Pretty bomb too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
You have a gun.
And?
Where did you get it?
The gun store.
What gun
Trigger
store?
Happy Jacks.
Doesn't sound like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind
See,
of
it's a
gal.
front loader. Do you have another gun?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
Such a wipeout. I can't quite tell what kind of gun it is.
A Nachtway 80 front loader. Two-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
There's other evidence I want
Yeah,
to talk about.
evidence.
Let's take a step
Yeah.
back. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
There's rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version. She eyes you warily as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
He struggles to finish the sentence.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Klausner said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How did you manage to come up with the plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boy.
She lied to you about that too. Resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Lily herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this snitching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus, this cop. What do you mean, La Puta Madre?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumbling something to himself. Fucking hell, and why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded. Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name. Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
All of this just means that you're effective. They're dangerous, right? He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I know I'm supposed to know about all this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
One thing, possibly small, but you said you rolled into town. Was it singular you or plural? Was anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
I don't know what happened to them.
Sure you do. I bet they're just outside waiting.
Who was in the squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
Right. I think I've seen the... I think I know the guys.
That sound about right?
No, it doesn't ring any bells.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now.
She means it. You better make your move soon. Okay, well... do it. Oh, 7. Double ones. Seriously? I rolled the double ones, the snake eyes. The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer to the compressor. It feels like your brain is swelling up in your skull. Hold still to try have an apocalyptic vision.
Officer, are you okay?
I'm running out of health here. Don't worry, Kim, I'm just trying to have an apocalyptic vision. Pain intensifies as your hands attempt to reach out into the pale chaos.
What are you doing? I told you, it's best not to move.
Just try not to collapse.
Look, I know this isn't very fun for you, so let's wrap this up. You have a tribunal to attend.
God, wait, do I have a save? I have a quick save here. Oh, that sucks. Do you know something about the tribunal?
Tribunal is an awfully fancy word for what they're going to do. But yeah, I was listening to their frequency. They finished their
I'm so annoyed that I rolled double ones on that. I didn't even need to roll very high.
Now they're gonna put on a show before meting out punishment. Even though those assholes gave me up, I'm worried for the boys. And you. Watch out for yourselves. You seem to have a habit of walking into traps.
Why is everyone always against me?
I'm asking myself that right now, too. Anyway, I'm guessing you don't know that a third mercenary has come to town just in time for the tribunal. Now you do.
If one hornet can kill 40 honeybees in a minute, then 3 hornets should be able to kill 120 honeybees a minute, or more, since they're recovering for another.
The third. Oh, this is bad.
As I said, watch out.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Your voice trails off into white noise in your head. Oh god. Well, 07's in the chat. I don't want to heal myself, I'm just gonna reload. I'm just gonna reload. Here we go.
I know you can't say it's a pleasure up.
Careers. Doesn't matter. Not going to help. Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm using a pale.
So your presence, no frequency.
A pale signal so precise at the up. I built it my. That's a little. Oh, yeah. Wait,
you
yeah.
experienced
I
it.
spent my. Yeah, let's.
All. You can turn it down.
God damn it! Fine.
Mm-hmm. How did you know
I
we were
heard
coming?
you in the passages. So you found my shack, huh?
I had the
This
bullet
could've-
though. Did you shoot
No,
Lily?
who ratted me out, by the way?
Flash
Oh,
was the
but
first.
She couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took
How the
convincing.
fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've
By asking questions. Would you say Lily was a likable
didn't like him.
person?
Pardon, Mirth. Yeah,
So
sure.
protective of the Union. I've
I'm
other
listening.
questions. You have an alibi.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. You mean the length of a toilet? Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, no. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really.
Never mind the
interested in
mysteries. There's a secret
supernatural
way from the
mystery. I don't know
wedding.
it. The shot couldn't. She has
You have a gun. Where did you get it?
Trigger happy Jack. What did you think?
See,
Sure
front
don't.
loader.
No.
Breech loader. Can't quite tell what kind of
And
gun
knocked
is it.
away 80 yeah. Evidence.
You like to
Who
hang out on
doesn't?
rooftops.
Oh,
The only
the view's
reason
it's
it's
very-
great about the antenna.
Yes, I'm sure.
If you leave any
No.
flowers.
So now I never did. No, I did not.
Running drugs
So-
for the Union. Found my own way
Okay,
in.
great. You got into my man. I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do based on what I've heard about. Yeah.
Let's take a step back. Okay, what happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
All right. She sits down with a. Oh yeah. No, She asked.
You made it look like it'd been
What? No. Yeah.
Her idea. Sure had
Yeah.
forceful.
I
You
was-
think
as
she
I
killed
keep-
Lily?
War? Fuck it. I'm not responsible for
Who
these
killed the
people.
Merc
How
if it
should
wasn't
I-
you?
Police radio?
Who hasn't? He was still warm. With the bluish light coming through the broken window,
Guilt
I
in my
saw.
eyes. What do you mean?
Yes.
Is that
Everyone
the
in-
one?
Harry, you what? Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
Oh, it was a real
Yeah, sure.
question. She
I'm
doesn't
sure
believe
La Puta
you.
Madre himself. You've been to.
When I came into town, I was only
you
for
had your
me,
death
who was in the
with you that
squad.
wasn't this scrawny. One of the guys. That sound about right?
That doesn't ring any bells. Okay. Come on, please. There we go. Oh my god, it's so slow. You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... Oh god. You're under arrest. She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She puts the barrel of the gun into her mouth. Convinced to put the gun down. Nice. She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other option. You need to give her options. What options? Maybe I can still talk her out of it. It is how you talk her out of it. Please, just walk away. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth. Eyes filled with dark intensity, then something shifts in her. Her neck and shoulders relax and her grip on the gun loosens. You don't have to do this. You're not cornered. I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Yep. Okay. We broke free without hurting ourselves a lot, which is good. Cooking utensils. Just prepared herself porridge with bananas. Nice. Oh, okay, you're in the way. Money. Look inside the tent. The tent looks old but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. Reeks of cigarettes. Shine your flashlight. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. Motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines. Reagan Monthly, Journal of Material Science, More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have an image on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. Take it.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Ruby's journal. Examine the cover. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Goldwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste. Unwind the strap. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. Study the handwriting. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. Oh, that's what I do as well. What I write. Flip through the pages. It's a mix of logistical notes and diagrams and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics? Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of? Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Anything personal? Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also what appears to be some sort of difficult decisions. be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. How far back do the entries go? First entry is from August 2nd of last year. Read simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. What did she write that day Lily died? Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault, but that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Anything about La Puta Madre? Name is mentioned. Isn't mentioned. Small wonder, would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great, M's peon is coming to town. No doubt to investigate the lynching, but also I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head. While I'm napping in my lorry or on my smoke break, well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Did M call her personally? Why? Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all that, but I don't know if I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best of the people. The boys, for example, but experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know he threatened people. They'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver, taste the plastic. What's the most recent entry? It's from today. Even when I leave here, if I leave her alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime. Even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forevermore on the run? Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
Lieutenant taps on the page. If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does.
True.
Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Am I really La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. Then who do you think killed the merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
No one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Right. Okay. That was a lot. A lot of exposition. Time to get back up. I'm going up through here. Oh wait, this is no up here and then here. This goes to the roof. Postcard. Glass is covered in grime and dust. Gusts of the wind, the height feels dizzying. Central support beam has been destroyed. Yeah, so if we were to climb the ladder, this is where we'll end up. Or would have ended up. But that is not where we came from. So we go back through this way. And then I guess we fast travel back, or that was the idea at least. Can we fast travel back? No? Why not? Is it because of where we are? Maybe if we go to the church. Hmm. No, I can't fast travel, I don't know why. Well, we'll do that next time, I think. I'll just save it. Because it has been 6 hours. And we got a good lead at the end. We did a lot today. We got a lot done. Actually made progress in the investigation. I can't imagine it being... I mean, actually, it could be a lot longer still. I don't know. This investigation has been very convoluted, complicated. Let me go and send you over to Aura, I think. He's playing a game called Ravenous Devils. I don't know what that is. But Aura is lovely. So I'm sure it will be great. So, yeah. I hope you all had a good time. This game is great, but it is a lot of talking, and I imagine it's just, you know, kind of if you're following the story, then good. But if you're not following the story, then it can be just confusing and just what is going on. I mean, even if you're following the story, it's a bit confusing. It's just a confusing story. But this Elysium has been great, and we're playing more of it Thursday, so hopefully I'll see you then. Tomorrow, more of the wheel, should be good. Lots of things on there. But before then, as I said, go say hi to Aura, send some love, maybe give him a follow if you're not already following. I'm just gonna go make some food and stuff. And of course, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Rest of the week, all that, if I don't see you. And as always, stay hydrated, stay safe, stay cozy, and I will see you next time. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.